we had some technical issues, but we are starting now. This first panel today is kind of more like regional. The first speaker, Ondřej Daniel, will present černý metal from Czech Republic and Slovakia. The second speaker will talk about Chinese metal. And the third speaker will be with us via Skype from France, and I believe he'll talk about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi black metal scene. So without further ado, I let the stage to Ondřej Daniel. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. I mean, for presenting me, for inviting me, for listening to me. I'm really glad that I can take part of this, let's say, conference of Black Metal Symposia. It is great that thanks to all of you, I mean, to Mitya and to Mirta, I managed to come. Actually, I will be trying to speak more about certain practices from within, let's say, the scenes, the different black metal scenes in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, during the period in the late 1980s until, let's say, first half of the 1990s. Which is like we like to speak about this, like the long velvet revolution starting from, I don't know, 85 with the perestroika until the late 1990s, which is, let's say, a long comparable period. Yeah. So I'm coming actually from Metropolitan University Prague, and I'm a co-founder of Center for the Study of Popular Culture, which is a non-governmental organization or an association of the people who are interested in the popular culture and subcultures, and we are also working closely with the Czech and Slovak archive of subcultures, which is we are basically storing fanzines. And if you would be interested actually to know something, I mean, to dig into the Czech and Slovak fanzines of the period I'm speaking about, you can get back to me, and I will try to lead you. The thing is, of course, the language, because most of there are in Czech or Slovak, but I'm sure with the Slovenian you can at least read some of our languages. Yeah. Also, I wanted to say that actually I will be presenting rather a discussion paper, so I would be very glad if you would have any comments or. It is not exactly a deeper research which has been already done. It is more, let's say, one part of the research I was doing cross-subculturally, we can say. So I was trying to identify different ecstatic practices across different subcultures. One of which was that of, let's say, extreme metal or extreme music, I prefer to say, because there was also like some hardcore punk or crust punk, let's say, scenes that were involved in my analysis. And let's say this is the one part I tried to, let's say, distillate for your symposia, which is dealing with the black metal. I have to say that I'm not, let's say, a big black metal insider myself, but I've seen several black metal concerts, and I have to say that I've started to follow, let's say, the first wave of black metal at the end of the 1980s through the second wave, let's say, in the half of the 90s. And I was very, how to say, pleasantly struck with the retro of black metal, let's say, in the last 5 to 10 years. So this is my background. Actually, as I'm a historian by training, I am more or less interested in, let's say, the social history, and especially the social history of this period I'm speaking about. So it is something that actually, you know, the change from the late state socialism to a new economical, political, social, let's say, model in the early 1990s in the Czech Republic, or in Czechoslovakia, then in the Czech Republic, was something actually that is still under research topic from the point of the view of history. And I see an extreme metal as a phenomenon full of meanings, because it is Also, let's say, this period I'm speaking about is one of the periods that we are speaking about in the Czech case as a period of transitive liberty. So anything, basically anything since 1987 until 1995 was possible in the clubs or in the fanzines, etc. So this is why a certain nostalgia is often how to say, pronounced towards this period. But also we have to keep in mind that this nostalgia is just very shallow aesthetical, let's say, path for these liberties, because in the same time there was quite a heavy structural violence going on with let's say, the privatizations, the liberalization of economy, of many people getting downward on the social spiral. And let's say this nostalgia can only be seen as in a certain generational and social perspective. And to get back to my topic, here behind me, it's actually not from the Czech and Slovak black metal scenes, but it is a thrash metal concert in Poland in the late 1980s. And I was wondering how the people they look like actually being outside of themselves. So this is this ecstasies, right? They are okay. Maybe some of them are how to say, not they are afraid about falling from quite a big wall, but in the same time some of them seem enjoying the scene. So there is something going on. And I was wondering that these ecstatic rituals in the extreme metal or in the black metal, how can they be thematized? Well, how can we speak about them? So we could basically say that most of these ecstatic rituals are not basically like religious, but they are basically secular ecstasies, which in somehow they can resemble the religious mystical experiences. So here I would follow probably one of the first people who tried to deal on the topic with the topic of the religious religious ecstasies was Sigmund Freud, of course, and his Gradiva, where he started to speak about some obsessive movements and those who can be described as for example, repeating some words that don't have any more meanings and so on. So I would like to try to follow on these two scenes. So first would be let's say the specific body practices, so certain movements, and the second would be probably a transgression of transgression by language. So getting getting an ecstatic experience with reversing the meaning of the words. So these would be the two things I would like to follow. I would probably have to say that most of the ecstatic rituals in the subcultural scenes were surely studied in other subcultures. So it is basically, first of all, rave cultures that we owe, let's say, the first insights into, or first treatments of ecstatic rituals. It is sometimes complicated to speak or to find, good studies which are dealing with the terms of ecstasy, because ecstasy means also something else. It is a drug actually, and in rave cultures it is a very important drug. So when you try to follow research on ecstasy in rave cultures, it is usually about the drug. But nevertheless, there are also some works about body movements and the language I would like to stress out. And here we have to follow definitely the research published at the end of the 1990s with let's say the new age connections of the rave and of the trance and electronic dance scenes. So maybe something of these things can be used also for the black metal scenes. I wanted to show also some pictures from the fanzine. So these are the, let's say, I would say it's around 10 fanzines I was trying to search in. And I also tried to search in some information about how the people described their own feelings during the concerts. Sadly, in most of the reports from the concerts, there is nothing much about how the people felt. Actually, they are describing quite heavily how the band played, if it was technically nice, or if it was if they were playing like I don't know, Mayhem, or if they were playing more like Dark Throne or something like that. But it is not how the people, how the visitors of the concerts, if they managed somehow to get lost in this mosh pit, or if they managed to simply just transgress their own personality in a way of ecstasy. Maybe it is also difficult to search such things in the words, because people usually live them and they don't write about them. So maybe also fanzines are not the best parts of or where to search for such things. Here I took two fanzines, which are one is Slovak, one is Czech. The first one is Eclipse from the late 1990s. The second one is also from the late 1990s, but that boomed already in the early 2000s. First one would be this non-NSBM pagan metal. The second one would be already like complete NSBM. Hasgesang, already you can see with the symbolics that it's getting far from this occult satanism, but to the runes and to the Celtic crosses and so on. So it is basically where how the scene evolved during this period. Also, I have to say that we cannot speak about one certain scene in the Czech case. Of course, there is one that started, let's say, in the half of the 1980s, with first bands that emerged on the model of Venom, Battery, and so on. So this would be the occult black metal of bands like Thor, Root, or Master's Hammer, that maybe you know. This is how the people looked in the early 1990s. It is quite funny that one of you can see the leader of this band, Root, who is the so-called big boss, also opened the Czechoslovak Church of Satan in the early 1990s, and he was quite successful businessman with the VHS at the time. So it's basically his background, but we don't know much about how actually they lived their music. We can try to find some information from this occult black metal, let's say videos or visuals, but which is the band called Thor in this moment I'm showing, and basically it is like quite standard way of presenting themselves from down with this play of shades, and usually there is a lot of bones and so on. So it is let's say purely aesthetic way of thinking. The more kind of occult and mystical path in the Czech black metal of the early 1990s was this band Master's Hammer. This is the only colored picture I have, I promise, so the rest is black and white. And Master's Hammer also already incorporated in their lyrics several mentions that can be already used as a ecstatic ritual. So they already tried to directly treat the topic. And how did they treat it? Basically, it was also linked with the links to the late 19th century occultism and basically the decadence. So this would be the two let's say sources for such things. So we can see some other pictures, one of which is even with the saxophone. I don't know why, because like they never, this is the band Thor, but they never use saxophone. Maybe it was metaphors for something else, I don't know. But at the end of this period of the late 1990s, we could already see I wouldn't say a boom, but already an intrusion of National Socialist Black Metal or NSBM to the Czech scene. There was the second wave of the black metal was largely politicized. This is the band called Sekmet that emerged at the end of the 1990s, and whom members already had the contacts with now I forgot the name, but it's the guy from Absurd. So basically, you know the leanings that it was already for them. It was an open neo-Nazism. So I try to follow some of the concerts and some of the festivals of this second wave of black metal. That you can already see that there is a lot of references to the occult parts of Nazism. So you can see the bands like Hyperborean Desire or Holocauster and so on. So there is a lot of such names. And one of the, let's say, the shopping glasses or shopping windows of this scene is the so-called Eternal Hate Fest, which is held. It's already in the years 2010 in the Western Bohemia, and it is, I would say, a place of meeting of not only the Czech NSBM, but it is also the NSBM that is beyond the law. It is exactly they are very careful for not displaying any kind of insignia that could be criticized for being openly Nazi or being, that could pose them a problem. But it is always playing with the symbols that are, somehow they know what are they speaking about, but it is not, the swastika, or it is not the Celtic cross and so on. So there is quite a lot of visitors from Germany, Poland, and the countries around Czech Republic and Slovakia. So I'm speaking basically now more about the Czech case, but most of the fanzines we are storing actually come from Slovakia, because we have better contacts also with the subcultural scenes especially in the black metal in Slovakia. So this is why I'm speaking more about the scenes of Czech Republic and Slovakia. Yeah. So how finally I got this I am Satan, I am Lucifer, I'm the devil. It is that I believe that these ecstatic rituals, one cannot really read about them. One has to live them, right? And it is actually one of the very, very minimalistic shows of black metal I've seen once in the late 1990s. There was I was participating in one festival. I was a drummer for, I can say, math rock band or post rock, or I don't know what we played exactly, but it's not so important. And there was actually at the festival, which was a multi-branch, so there was quite a lot of bands of different genres. There was also a black metal band, and actually the frontman of the band that started to play was kind of visibly, I don't know, it was a handicapped person in a way, probably a psychologically or psychically handicapped person, that it could be a certain way of empowerment for him to be a black metal singer. And the very minimalistic show, the band and himself consisted of, it was about 20 minutes in repeating this, I am Satan, I am Lucifer, I'm the devil, which basically in these 20 minutes, by listening to such minimalist performance, I have to say at the beginning I was a little bit shocked. Yeah, I was watching and I was saying, okay, what do these people want to say? But during the 20 minutes of repeating of such thing, you get into it, and you find out that there is something to it. At the end of the performance, so we were completely sweat and quite happy, because there is this cathartic way of finding a ecstatic state, let's say, of during the black metal concert. So I wouldn't say there are the specific body practices for black metal, because usually black metal shares it with other extreme metal genres, right? So the mosh pit and the stage diving, headbanging, or maybe you can correct me, wailing and so on. So it's basically shared with other extreme music or extreme metal genres. But maybe there is something which is specific for the black metal, which is the transgression by language, and it is linked with this repolarization of the language, where of course for black metal the bad means good. So in the black metal fanzines, the reviews of the concerts or of the bands which have the most of the symbolical potential are those that of course try to look the most evil, but they are using the specific language, like for example the show was accursed, it was completely blasphemous, or in this especially in this National Socialist black metal, so they're using it was a complete Holocaust, yeah, so it like saying it was a complete hell for them. So it's something in which probably the writer and the reader also can find a specific pleasure, which goes maybe to the borders of this ecstatic practice in the language. So I don't want to bother you much more. These were the basic ideas I tried to follow. I hope I wasn't too long. I would like to thank you. This is again from the fanzines of the early 1990s. So if you will be interested more in this Czech and Slovak archive of subcultures, please get back to me. And this is it. Thank you.
Okay, I can start now. Hello everyone, my name is Yiren Zhao. I'm the PhD candidate of Örebro University, and it's my honor to be here today and share my presentation with you. The title of my presentation is The Embodiments of Chinese Identity in Chinese Black Metal. I guess few of you here have listened to Chinese black metal before, so maybe let me introduce it briefly. At first. In 1990, Chinese metal publicly appeared in the mainland China for the first time by the performance of Tang Dynasty. And in 2000, Ritual Day at the first Chinese black metal band emerged. And at the 2000, the first Chinese metal band, Wudu Gongfu, performed in WOA. And in 2019, today, we can see the current situation through two numbers. The first one is the number of active metal bands in mainland China is 269, and the number of active black metal bands is 86. So we can see the black metal in China is only 19 years old. And also, as a music genre coming from the West, the development of black metal music in China has been accompanied by the thinking of globalization and localization. As we all know, the localization of black metal in many countries may have some similar approaches, such as using national language, the traditional instruments, and borrowing classic aesthetics, literatures, and tales to express their national identities. But how about China? I pose two questions. The first one is, in what aspects and themes does Chinese black metal embody the Chinese identity? The second one is, what's the characteristics of these embodiments? To answer these questions, I mainly choose visual and lyrical discourse analysis. Does not involve musical analysis. Hopefully, through the exploration of the embodiments of Chinese and identity in Chinese black metal, this presentation can appreciate the unique way in which the Chinese black metal responds to globalization and how does it establish its new forms of local expression. And now we're coming to the main body of the presentation is the embodiments and themes. which consists of 4 subtitles: nature, the supernatural, nation, and images. Typically, black metal imagery has revolved around nature and rural concepts. Take the Norwegian black metal as example, where the bleak landscape is an explanation for the music's aesthetic qualities. For Chinese black metal, these natural images are very common as well. Maybe we can firstly see some masterpieces of Chinese ink landscape paintings. They were created hundreds of years ago. And let's compare with the examples of the album covers of some black metal bands. We can see they have a general tendency, that is the use of Chinese traditional ink landscape paintings. The landscapes used by Chinese black metal basically retain the characteristics of the traditional works, using mountains and water as the main bodies of expression, and with black and white as the main tones, and a mood of desolation and distance. In Chinese traditional culture, the natural science made of the mountains and water is seen as a place where people can look inside themselves, a place full of spirituality and divinity. Also, without other bright colors, landscape paintings with ink as the main tone is the most typical and loftiest artistic way for Asian Chinese intellectuals to express their ideals. Meanwhile, deep mountains are believed to be sacred places inhabited by gods, immortals, sages, and hermits. Based on this, the borrowing of this natural element by Chinese black metal can be seen as the expression of mystery, isolation, and elitism to some extent. And the supernatural elements are the most important themes of black metal, including religion, mythology, fantasy, and so on. Although many Chinese black bands claim they believe in Satan, Chinese black metal doesn't use much of the commonly symbols like demon, Satan, and antichrist. Things Christianity has too little influence in China. This raises some interesting questions given that China is officially a secular communist country. However, more localized religious and spiritual imagery are employed and inverted in Chinese black metal. The Chinese black metal employs local religious alternatives to Christian symbols. For example, Chinese traditional religions and Oriental mystical religions account for a large proportion of the themes of Chinese black metal. However, what's interesting is Chinese black metal does not show strong anti-religious tendencies, but focuses more on the mysticism and rebellious representatives of these religions and widely used religious images. And also the images of the hell and dark world in Chinese black metal have been completely replaced by local Chinese concepts in Chinese traditional culture. You can see this is the Chinese version hell. It's totally a different system from the Western one. And about evil spirits, we can see 2 lyrics. The left one is a work of an Inner Mongolia black metal band called Nine Treasures, and based on Mongolian national legend which tells the story of my sister becoming a monster. And the title can be translated as 10-meter copper mouth. The second lyrics describe a humanoid monster from Chinese folk tales and imaginations. The background of this slide is the screenshot from its MV. And in terms of visual expression, most Chinese metal bands follow the choice of scale, corpse, and font design of in the global metal discourse. But still, many black metal artists also choose Chinese traditional mythical creatures as representatives, like phoenix, dragon, of course, and Kirin. In their selections of Chinese creatures, one interesting observation is that all these creatures signify good luck. From this point, they value more on the Chineseness of the symbols rather than their correlation with black metal nature. By this way, Chinese identity is more easily perceived through typical and familiar symbols, both for local and global audience. And the third subtitle is about nation. In terms of the way in which black metal embodies Chinese identity, notions of Chinese nationhood and culture are strongly linked, and Chinese black metal shows a strong sense of national pride, embracing imagery, folklore, and myth associated with pre-modern and pre-communist China. In this respect, Chinese black metal is similar to the use of Old Norse imagery in Nordic black metal, but it adopts ancient Chinese mythology, which is regionally specific. Furthermore, Chinese black metal bands widely use national instruments, modes, literatures, and singing techniques, and the vast majority of bands choose to compose and sing in Chinese. What's special is that just because of this emotion to the Chinese culture and history, Chinese black metal has a different attitude to the war. Compared to the war fervor of many international black metal bands, some bands show a very different attitude, not fascist but anti-fascist. Because China was colonized during World War II, some Chinese bands express a lot of reflection and mourning to the colonial war. For instance, Black Kirin's Nanking Massacre, which takes the national trauma of China's World War II, in the Nanking Massacre at the theme, expressing the cruelty of the war and the remembrance of the history. Also, in the interview about the band, Naricam's new work, The Immortales, with war as the theme, the singer of Naricam said, this work wants to arouse thinking through the anti-fascist war experienced by China. And this part is about images. About what kind of images the participants of Chinese black metal have positioned for themselves and their attitude towards Chinese Communist Party and the mainstream society. The figure of the swordsman has a 1,000 years history in China. Swordsmen always drift outside the normal society, and their identities are often not recognized by the mainstream society. They value commitment very much, but disdain for money. The traditional swordsman image is highly skilled and mysterious, not subject to basic social norms. In this respect, a type of martial masculinity characteristic of much European black metal is similarly constructed through military signifiers, symbolizing a golden era of masculine dominance, whilst retaining national traditions specific to China. And we can see some Chinese black metal examples. Here are pictures of their live shows. It's quite same as the image on the last slide, right? The bamboo hat, they are masked and wearing black clothes. This reflects the position they gave themselves, far from the mainstream society, skilled, insist on authenticity and self. Also, compared with the swordsman image, there must be a more radical one, the rebellion. On the album cover of Battle of Grace, this one, we can see the head of Marx was cut off, and a mouse statue faces inside. What is clear is that this is making fun of Marxism or the Communist Party. Furthermore, the album itself contains a song called Public Servants, in reference to what the Chinese Communist Party calls itself, meaning that they give the service to the people. But in the lyrics, they satirize the corrupt behavior of the public servants ironically, such as consumption by public funds and ignored people. And in one of their albums, Harmonic Hell, this one, they borrowed an interesting Chinese internet slang to mock CCP's censorship system. Harmonious society is the social value advocated by CCP. So when a message is censored or blocked on the internet, the netizens will say the information is in harmony. And in harmony had the same pronunciation with river crab in Chinese. So you can see the crab on the cover. So the image this band used is very artful. All in all, from the above examples, we can see the participants of Chinese black metal borrow the images of Chinese culture and position themselves as swordsmen or rebelling. The former signifies the escape and evasion of the mainstream society and politics, and not limited by secular standards, but guided by its own principles. This connotation is consistent with the nature of black metal music to some extent, and also reflects the elitism of Chinese black metal. And it could also explain the evasive attitude towards politics of most bands. At the same time, the resistance of Chinese black metal has to be relatively hidden and indirect in their works, but they could be very aggressive in private. This resistance is mainly aimed at the party, the reality, and the daily life, and rarely involves the nation and the culture. This may be largely related to the political environment in China. In conclusion, we may find out three characteristics of these embodiments. The first one is strong national pride. This kind of pride mostly related to the rich Chinese cultural heritages, which may totally different from the Nordic black metal or Middle East black metal. Based on the emotion, they may have different attitude towards the war in Chinese modern history. And the localization of symbols. Chinese black metal rejects concepts and themes rooted in Western culture, whereas finds local counterparts in Chinese culture. This provides a broader and meaningful context for creation, and also easier to be accepted and understood by Chinese audience. But we can also find that Chinese black metal tends to choose images with strong Chinese characteristics, which makes it easier to establish a Chinese identity under the Western gaze that can be seen as a local solution to globalization. And the last characteristic is the diverse discourse. In fact, with only 19 years history, Chinese black metal is still in the floating phase, looking for positioning and solution. So there is no complete discourse or context for nowadays Chinese black metal, but that is also its challenge and hope. Thank you.
We're cool now in France. can actually start when ready.
Okay, perfect. Everyone hear me correctly? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this black metal theory symposium for a very beautiful initiative that let us speak and exchange on a topic that is absolutely more than an academic interest, but also a true passion. And regarding to all the fascinating abstract I read in the program, and it is very sad for me to not be here with you, but I deeply thank the organizer to let me present my work through this Skype session. So let's start. I would say that first, as right-wing extremists across Central and Eastern Europe are gaining momentum, it is a clear goal of this research paper to contribute to the existing amount of studies that attempt to understanding this internationally minded subculture, which is black metal, and especially its controversial branch, NSBM. If the ideological first milestones of this style had been laid in the Western world, like in Scandinavia or Germany, through bands like Potem, Satanic War Master, or Absurd, we can see that in Eastern Europe, and especially Ukraine, it appears that they are the cradle of a new scene, which has been able to combine in a very coherent way the extreme spirit of black metal philosophy and the far-right political militancy into one clearly identified style, militant black metal. Over the years, in the wake of the 2040s Maidan revolution, followed by the war in Donbass, militant black metal shows have become a common feature of Kiev's burgeoning underground music scene, which not only attracts the country youths, but also internationally banned. While this style thrives in the continent as a new popular music style across black metal scene, militant black metal gives also the opportunity as a kind of Trojan horse to the Ukrainian far-right, like Azov movement, to spread its own political and geopolitical ideas outside from the Ukrainian borders. And it is by analyzing militant black metal in terms of philosophy, ideology and practice, it will help us to identify how it became for the Ukrainian far-right a driving motive power on its agenda. As I outlined in the preliminary program, it was my aim to do so by consulting a variety of theoretical knowledge on the far-right corpus and black metal philosophy and connect them to a geopolitical analysis and empirical source. To dissect the main research question, I have focused on three sub-questions, which will be addressed in chronological order. The first one is to go back to the content of militant black metal and its philosophy in order to highlight how it poses a far-right ideology driven by concepts like Luciferian Arianism and dark aristocracy. By discussing the historical origin and modes of thinking that are engraved into the militant black metal logic, we will be also able to give a shortest answer on the sub-questions 2, why militant black metal specifically entails in the Ukrainian far-right, and to do so I will focus why the Ukrainian historical and political context has become fairly a sounding board for militant black metal to such an extent that it directly influenced the far-right ethic and representations. Therefore, to address the first and last questions, I will analyze how the Ukrainian far-right attracts an international audience from Western and Eastern Europe, united by this passion for militant black metal in order to gather European far-right activists around the same goals, namely the desire for a cultural change, the reasons of the pagan renewal, and the prospect of a first regional unity called Intermarium, then on a continental one called the Great Reconquista, based on a pan-European European order. So first of all, what is militant black metal? In order to put this style into its political perspective when it comes to how it was being incorporated to the Ukrainian far right, we need to address the question of what it means in by the term militant black metal, philosophically and aesthetically speaking. Of course, black metal traditional discourse gets its originality from the expression through the morbid, unhealthy, or the suffering of fragility of our existence. It destroys all the illusions we have built to give the world an appearance of stability and security, of normality, and by inverting the poles of musical seductions, it deconstructs or even annihilates the conventional forms of meaning that governs our world. It confronts us with all that is well and with the depth of our being in condemnation of the modern world. In the Western world, such a discourse is usually nowadays neutralized and refers to a kind of a subculture due to the fact that these sentiments, feelings are not shared equally by practitioners and because this style is perfectly assimilated. Nevertheless, some people in the post-Soviet world refute the softening of this music and try to restore its original character related to the idea of counterculture inspired by the main pioneer of black metal. And it is in early 2000 in the city of Tver in Russia during the period where society is more fragmented by the dislocation of USSR that two nationalists named Mikhail Korolev and Alexei Levkin launched the band project Molot that you spell M8L8TH like hammer in Russian, but with the 8 symbol, it's for Hitler's hammer. These two guys belonged to National Socialist ideology and they were admiring Wagvikerness. And especially Alexei Levkin hardly refutes all black metal cliches and plead in favor of an ambitious counter-cultural movement which with carefully guarded boundaries by excellent politics. In a narrow sense, black metal as a total war against the modern world cannot be free of political militancy ever. To quote him, he says that death, war, sacrifice, these pretentious words are nothing but empty cliches on the stage obscure. Their authentic and sacred meaning has been lost to artists who have failed to breathe life into their creation with action. And after all, to sing about strength, you have to be strong. To sing about purity, you must be mentally and physically pure. At the very last, to give up alcohol, tobacco, and drugs. To sing about the war, you must fight, and finally, to sing about killing, you have to kill. It is this sincerity, the consistency, and the conformity of the form with the content that defines black metal activists. That's what defines our existence. And from this desire of active diversion, seeing black metal as a waker of conscience, Alexei Levkin radically redefined the code and aesthetic of black metal. The occultist atmosphere was replaced to a more militaristic staging, directly influenced by the iconography of the Third Reich and the two world wars. The corpse paint, who was interpreted as an artifice having no real symbolism and utility for the cause, is left for a mere fashion, urbanistic fashion, yes, largely dominated by paramilitary and hooligan clothes like sneakers, jogging, hoods, or camo jackets. Anti-modernist, in essence, this transformation of the visual codes of black metal correspond to a redirection of the fight, because for most of the time black metal was developed on the sideline of cities, and now it must be rooted in them because in order to attack them directly, because they are a symbol of the decadence of the modern world. Musically, the militant black metal is much more brutal, having to inspire fight and resistance rather than contemplations of a collapsing world. It borrows the rhythmic and the energy from punk and sometimes rap, trap scene, to which he adds the traditional themes of black metal lyrics such as the glorification of war, destruction, paganism, and blood. So to go back to continue on the philosophy, well, the conceptual topography of militant black metal is largely dominated by two main concepts: Aryan Luciferianism and dark aristocracy. These two concepts are largely influenced by German conservative revolution and Italian neo-fascist philosophy, which are considered fundamentally legitimate to deliver the society world overflow from the overflow of which it suffers. The first concept, Aryan Luciferianism, has its roots in the Volkisch movement, born during from the Neo-Romanticism in the 1920s, whose purpose was to account for the disillusion of the modern world in order to achieve what Ernst Jünger calls the Romantic Rebellion. In the tradition of the German thinker Johann Gottfried Herder and its conceptualizations of Volk as an ethnically defined body, much of what was defined by as blood and soil carried by the spirit of people or ethos, that essential belief was the belief of Europeans as descending collectively of the mythic Aryan race, now renamed as Indo-European. And during the Nazi era, this connection between science and history were brought together with the spirituality in what was then called the Ariosophy. And using Satanism as an elitism norm, the concept of Aryan Luciferianism is seen in militant black metal scene as a metaphysical feeling of unity of freedom and the necessity presupposed by the concept of ethnic voluntarism in the most detailed and precise way. This metaphysical point of view correspond of metaphysical described and as the most perfect synthesis of the Luciferian will of power and neo-pagan principle and symbolism. Ever since a stronger revitalization of ethno-nationalist sentiment based on Satanism and folklore can be observed within militant black metal. Dark aristocracy, the second concept, corresponds to a conception of black metal as an ideal cultural and metaphysical style, a kind of purely European music, a unique spirit, as much for individuality as for higher values and its creativity. And the heretical spirit of black metal is here associated with a form of romanticism, according to militant black metal theorists, to preserve the aristocratic virtues in a relativistic and degraded world. It echoes, of course, the ideas of Italian neo-fascist theorist Giulio Scaevola, who points out that the nobility of the spirit and the traditional nobility of Europe merged into one and same messianic enterprise. Considered an elite organized as an elite organized according to the precept of chivalry, the militant black metal imagines itself as a form of supranational avant-garde to be revived by its cultural struggle and on the ground to the side of a certain idea of Europe based on the rejection of modern decadence and the establishment of a traditional elitism. And because of its ideas of new elitism, militancy and the creation of a new order to defeat a decadent one, it is no coincidence that this style, militant black metal, become the favorite of the Ukrainian nationalists of Azov movement, who see in the war they are waging against Russia a parallel with the precept of militant black metal. So today it's obvious that the Ukrainian crisis is relegated to the back burner of international news, and this crisis remains the illustration of the geopolitical breaks of the 21st century that see the world order switch to a multipolar world plagued by conflicts and plurial representations. Sudden and brutal, this conflict had been considered by the Ukrainian far right as a threat for both Ukrainian territorial integrity and nation, and they use it as a contextual background to present Ukraine as a besieged land fighting for its survival. And it is this representation of the conflict that will allow a militant black metal to find its legitimacy. Indeed, because they were the first volunteer who fought against Russian-backed separatists, and they win some battles. Azov fighters and militants consider themselves as the ultimate bulwark of the nations. They are a kind of a soldatic nationalism where, like in Militant Black Metal, war is omnipresent in their political discourse. It is a constant reference to justify its general refusal to a compromise with the enemy. And on the other hand, war is for them the necessary condition for developing a new form of society in which the interest of people and demands for its protection must be constant. To stand in the context of war, the civil society, a civil society with superhuman qualities must emerge, and it is the sine qua non of its survival. And Azov has built a very strong representation of Ukraine, and the idea that it has the historical mission to rebirth the national spirit of Ukraine and also Europe. They pretend themselves, the Azov members, to be the defenders of this tradition of ancient heroes that always facing external aggression, but whatever, it is on a metapolitical activist level that the Militant Black Metal participate to the preservation of this updating or even revival of national folklore emanating from a so-called homogeneous culture. And Azov defends this approach in its program and its aesthetic, inspired by the Varangian Vikings, who are the ancestor of the Ukrainian people, and they played for a return of roots consisting with the logic of the Militant Black Metal, who puts in the heart of their productions the traditions. Of course, the tradition is an act of transmission of doctrines, opinions, and customs to the past and present, and each culture has to consolidate itself and go into groups of people. As the anthropologist Georges Ballandier said, it's a necessary reference space whose modern nostalgia nourishes inseparable from the continuity, the transmission, the maintenance. And this nostalgia displayed by this form of black metal can only assume an identity dimension, especially when it's part of a region like Ukraine. Because in this traumatized post-Soviet state, fearing an acculturation, the underlying identity issues were reactivated by the Maidan and the war in the East. And far from being a mere struggle between the two countries, many Ukrainian nationalists think that this war is also truly spiritual and even metaphysical. It is a question of fighting the Russian messianism and as well the Christian religion, accused of being ontologically anti-European by its Semitic origins. And it is therefore natural that this stems from militant black metal, drawing from myth, weaving, organic or occultist, are lived as resistance against this so-called and a vector of cultural renaissance. Also, well, through these ideas, as militant black metal has a considerably influence on Azov politics, because contrary to other parties, far-right parties in Ukraine who are status-centered, Azov is trying to expand himself, its influence over Europe, because they consider Ukraine as a fragile power, and they wanted to, they think that they are convinced that the millennial history of Ukraine gives strategic values and to the country, and they want to rebirth it. So in order to do that, they imagine an island called the Intermarium. It's a very old project who goes from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, and it's viewed as a military alliance, but also as a model of civilizations. But this project is impossible to build without the alliance of all the far-right and nationalist forces in Europe, and it's through the project Reconquista that they wanted to establish the true European strategy for the revitalizations of this intermarine project, but also to recognize a pan-European reconquista over the European threat as like Russia and also Muslims, immigrations, all the far-right topic we are accustomed to. And this Demiurge project, which can be summed up with one slogan: today Ukraine, tomorrow Rus, and the whole Europe, is using black metal and militant black metal to attract foreign people and to make some islands between the far right parties. Because despite the fact that most of the parties in Europe are pro-Russian, some of European nationalists were above all inspired and by the confirmed success of the Ukrainian nationalists as the European level, and see Ukraine as a focal point of the post-war European renewal. And for them, they want metal music is very important, and lots of artists who have no possibility to play in their own country because of political repression, because they don't find enough people to see them come to Ukraine, and they change and they are making shows. For example, the Azov movement are organized with Militant Zone, which is the label of Militant Black Metal, a very huge festival called Asgard's Rise, which gather each year 2,000 people who are fans of big bands, who are very attractive, despite the fact that they are far right oriented. And as of the Militant Black Metal, it's playing with that because all of this is sorry, but yes, they are using it to attract the people, and they are making it very popular. And it's like a formation of a small community, of a small subculture by the bottom, and as of regiment, and they use it to gather in an informal way all the activists, and they organize after that some conference called Pact of Steel, which seeks the alliance of the different far-right parties across Europe to make a reinformation process over the Ukrainian situation, also to warn the people that Ukraine is now the new avant-garde and you can do everything here if you ally with them. Well, just to conclude this paper, the initial research paper, the purpose of this research paper was to describe three main phenomena, like the spirit of the intellectual origins of militant black metal, the philosophy of this genre of this style as important by its founder can be partially explained by the trajectory of the post-Soviet scene, black metal scene, in the development and understanding of militant radicalism as a concept. Due to a primordialist rather than a constructivist perspective of ethnicity and the conceptualization that not seek a dichotomy between nature and the human world, conservative and mainstreamist intellectual paradigm have left their mark in the development of the militant black metal. As pointed out in the answer to the second research question, the elitist and eschatological terminology of the militant black metal seems to specifically attract members of the Ukrainian far right. And this infiltration of far right actors into musical scenes such as black metal is not new, but co-optation in the case of Ukraine and militant black metal looks like a very interesting case. We are witnessing a search for a so-called authentic black metal style that attracts a wider audience. One could be possibly speak of the creation of cultural disorder in which the militant black metal would look like an example of cultural appropriation of already existing musical genres, styles, and philosophy that produce new meaning and feed on the pre-existing cultural cleavage. And as this scene is partly built on an elitist attitude, I would say that it would be interesting to for a subsequent research questions to determine if it will support its popularization and will not create another concurrences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrien. And now it's time for questions.
Sure.
Has anybody got any question? Then I have a question for you, actually. So it seems to me that the Ukrainian, this neo-Nazi black metal scene has especially strong ties precisely with the French black metal scene, especially with Peste Noir. Why is that, actually? I mean, I don't really see how these two scenes come together at all. And could you maybe elaborate on that connection?
Yeah, absolutely. You have two ideas why the militant black metal and French the band Peste Noir are now associated. First of all, I would say that because the ideology of Peste Noir is quite linked to the Ukrainian militant black metal, because in a recent interview, the Famine say that he's very influenced by. He was since the beginning influenced by Alexei Levkin and Molot band. For them, he sees the black metal should be radical against the modern world. He finds itself in the radical culture within the French countryside, and he elaborated its own black metal style called hooligan black metal. Then he discovered that Molot invented also militant black metal, and they tried to associate themselves. Also, for them, what I tried to say in the third part of my paper is that Peste Noir, because it's a very far-right oriented band, has no possibilities to organize, let's say, normal concert shows in France and in Europe. I mean, 2 years ago, one of these shows in Norway, in a very I forget the name, but very famous black metal Norwegian festival canceled them, and it's like for Famine and the French frontman of Peste Noir, because in Ukraine you can do everything, because you can play easily with. They have this far right Nazi movement have money to rent some stages, salles, etc. It's easy for them, but there is one problem, I think, for them, that I think that this because even if he has an opportunity to go there and to publicly make some shows, I think that Peste Noire is trying to change, is changing its own identity, and despite the fact that okay, there are some connections, philosophically connections with the Ukrainian scene, they didn't share the same aesthetic, because the famine was more a rural guy, and when you are watching the video clip of their song Le Dernier Putsch, which was shot in Kiev, you see that it has Peste Noire identity has completely changed in a visual term. But so of course it's a part, I think, of the strategy of Militant Black Metal to attract this band who are sticking more or less to their ideas, and giving them the opportunity to play, but in fact they are influencing themselves, and they are used after that to spread their ideology across Europe.
Thank you very much. So, any more questions? Okay, so since we're already running late with this panel, let's stop now. Thank you again, Adrien.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, so we start again with the next panel in 15 minutes. So.
Sanft wie Dornen einer welken. Ich will nicht König, ein Ich kann mit Schultern nicht mehr die Last zu tragen. Ich hab Fuß abgeschnitten und am Kopf gestohlen. Lebenskunde, Dunkelheit. Ein beschriebenen Freispiel. Gereichten. Ein überfreundlicher Gast, unangemeldet, in grausige Belässe gebracht. und verlangt nach einer Gewaltlese. Der Tod verfliegen aus uns allen. Gibt das Pflege, wo ein versteckte Gräber einige Unschuld gefahren. Tod!
It's time for the second panel. Robert Bobnic will start with his lecture, Phosophen, the Vision in Metal. The second speaker cancelled, so we'll just have basically one speaker, because the third one will just make a presentation with PowerPoint. We'll just let slides go, so you can stay here and watch them, or you can go and grab a snack. So, Robert Bobnic.
Okay, just a fun fact for the beginning. Bobnic in Slovene means eardrum, so I found it quite funny. Okay. But I didn't use eardrum in my text. Usually I try to include Bobnic in texts when I write about music. Never mind, bad jokes. In codified word, Willem Flusser is proclaiming that in the world of techno images, everything is in technicolor. Meaning colors, to quote Flusser, are an aspect of the codified world in which we have to live. End of quote. In the McLuhanian sense, Flusser is simply rendering the pattern of the world, a world stripped of historical consciousness and linear codification. Again, to quote him, for this reason, the current explosion of colors points to an increase in the importance of two-dimensional codes, or vice versa, one-dimensional codes like the alphabet now begin losing importance. End of quote. So, everything is in colors. The techno-mediated capitalistic world of imperium is in colors. The biopolitical subject of the multitude, you know, the univocal expressivity of singularity and so on, is in colors too. Everything then, of course, with an exception of black metal. It would be short-sighted, however, to consider black metal only in terms of negation of aesthetics and culture of of the techno-mediated capitalistic world. Nevertheless, the anti-spectacle cradle of its inner practices, especially considering the black metal's technologies of the self in the form of one-man band projects and non-compressed multi-dimensional sonic composition, so lo-fi moments and so on. In this sense, black metal was and still is the cult medium in a hot mediatic world, to again use McLuhanian convenient terminology. I think Primož yesterday also spoke about this reference to the of black metal to the cult medium in the sense of McLuhan, which basically actually means more non-compressed lo-fi aesthetics. So, under the cold and dark northern sky, the cold medium of black metal was conceived as a gift of gods, perhaps the amusing and evil or seductive gods of ears themselves. Black in black metal is therefore the medium of black metal's immanent, colorless, polycephalic evolution, to use Leviathan's lyrics, I think, from his last official song about 4 or 5 years ago. For black is, as François Larvel would have it in the text on Black Universe in the Human Foundations of Color, and now I quote him, anterior to the absence of light, whether this absence be the shadows that extinguish it, whether it be its nothingness or its positive opposite. The black universe is not a negative light. As opposed to the black objectified in the spectrum, black is already manifested before any process of manifestation. This is vision in black, end of quote. To vision in black is to vision in black universe. To hallucinate in black is to hallucinate in black universe. It is indeed a strange hallucination, for the vision in black is for Larvel first and foremost a vision without reflection, a vision that is simply a vision. So this is not a vision which sees nothing, but a vision which sees in nothing. Perhaps everything in nothing. Not a vision which sees black, but a vision which sees in black, everything in black. Larvel continues in poetic terms. The universe is an opaque and solitary thought, which has already leapt through man's shut eyes as the space of a dream without dreaming. End of quote. Considering the death spell Omega, when they evoke the vision of Phosphene, the title of one of their tracks. I have written down the lyrics in French, but now I'm too shy to try to read it in French. So in English it goes something like this. Assailed by the swarming myriads of celestial phosphenes, we recollected ourselves in the silence of his departure. Phosphene is in a way spiritual and technical phenomenon. It is a vision or visual illusion without light, a vision without visual stimulation, a non-visual vision. In technical or physiological sense, it could be caused, for example, by music or some sort of oral cause. It's actually an image in your mind without being a reflection of outer space. For Larvel and that spell Omega, the vision in black is then the vision in black universe. I think that by now it must be clear that this is not some kind of machinic vision that makes visible the universe from the perspective of the Earth, or alternatively that makes visible Earth from the perspective of the universe. The vision in black is neither a vision of Earth, of world, or of universe itself. It is an autonomous vision. So there is a succession: the Earth, the world, the universe. To continue with Larvel, the Earth, the world, the universe have to do with man. The Earth a little, the world a lot, the universe patiently. With the vision in black, there comes a special kind of passion and affectivity that I think could be understood or grasped under the name of spirituality. So at this point we can use or evoke Foucault's distinction between philosophy and spirituality. Foucault is saying, we will call philosophy the form of thought that asks what is that enables the subject to have access to the truth, and which attempts to determine the conditions and limits of the subject's access to the truth. So philosophy is a form of a relation of truth and subject under the epistemological conditions, epistemological apparatus, enabling the subject as such to claim the relation to the truth. On the other hand, spirituality is a form of the transformation of the subject to know or speak the truth. To claim the truth, subject must perform some work on himself or herself. To claim the truth, the subject must pay a price. So again, Foucault, spirituality postulates that the subject as such does not have right of access to the truth and is not capable of having access to the truth. It postulates that the truth is not given to the subject by a simple act of knowledge, which would be founded and justified simply by the fact that he is the subject and because he possesses this or that structure of subjectivity. It postulates that for the subject to have right of access to the truth, he must be changed, transformed, shifted, and become, to some extent, and up to a certain point, other than himself. For Foucault, spirituality is a historical and materialistic conception of truth, whereas philosophy is transcendental and idealistic. And one of his examples of spirituality in this his sense was actually Marxism. Quite strange, but yeah. I have already implied that the labor of black metal is not the labor under the banner of subjectivity and potential of transformation of subjectivity. Black metal is not a work which transforms the subject, but in the most precisely correct or articulated words of Pluto's North album from, I think, 2003, the work which transforms God. So the time has come. God is not only dead, now he has to pay a bloody price from his imprudent creation of the world. There are two strategies enacted to perform this work. The first is satanic and telluric, meaning to reclaim the transcendence of the flesh, of the complicity of materials, of the underworld, of the inorganic. I think we can quickly infer two preliminary conclusions here. First being that black metal's aesthetic enactment of Satanism is, historically speaking, not a new or unique position. From the 19th century onwards, Satanism is becoming an important element of underground and popular culture, especially, as we know, since the 60s and incorporation of Satanism into the popular culture. Satanism is becoming an element in the world of postmodern pastiche, an element invoking the countercultural aspects of popular culture. I'm not arguing here that there is a problem with the incorporation of satanic symbolism or even practices into the realm of popular culture. One could say the more Satanism, the better. But in addition and parallel to the postmodern popular culture, Satanism is in itself a form of a parody, perhaps an parody. And this is something that black metal culture understands quite well, I think. But still, and this is my second conclusion at this point, popular culture is in the last instance a production of the world, a production of subjectivity, now transformed over and over again. So in this sense, Satanism is more the way of life than the way of death. Just life among the multitude of lives. We know that modeling of life, called biopolitics, is simultaneously modeling of death, sometimes called thanatopolitics. But imposed forms of life and death are not exchangeable. Life prevails and death is not only geopolitically exported and then returned as a swarm of migrants, for example, juridically affirming the threshold of life between life and death, but it is ontologically speaking modeled univocally. In the words of Reza Negarestani, the plurality of life is enforced at the expense of monism in death. According to Negarestani, the monism in death is based on solar hegemony, on the model of energetic dissipation of the organism, basically the We are familiar with perhaps this model through a Bataille, for example, but it also this model is also we can find it in Freud. Basically, the organism has to interiorize, accumulate a surplus energy from the sun, and the multitude of life forms is a way to interiorize this energy. To simplify, for Negrestani, the question is not about alternative ways of life, with which, as he is saying, capitalism is grossly overwhelmed, but alternative ways of binding the exteriority of the cosmic abyss or inflection upon death of both mind and matter. And radicality of black metal is sometimes enacted exactly at this point. It opens the question not about way of life, but about way of death. The second strategy, being itself a more nuanced version of becoming inorganic, is the strategy of kenosis, self-emptying of the subject in the world. Proper name of the spirituality of the black metal's vision in black. Speaking of autonomy of black and the interesting parallels between black metal and black music, Daniel Culucciello Barber proclaims, this article is in Mors Mystica. I think this was the third black metal theory symposium in 2014 or 15. There is a characteristic that is shared by black metal and black music, the valorization of blackness. Black metal, like black music, does not acquiesce to the devalorization of blackness, but instead makes blackness autonomous. Liberation now, without need of redemption. Negativity is irredeemable. But black metal, like black music, sounds such being deprived of redemption as autonomous form from being redeemed. For Barber, non-redemption of blackness is the negativity without a narrative, meaning without the one-dimensional historical consciousness and invoking the dimension of hallucination detached from the violence of empirical world. His example being outside of black metal, Barber is here relying on paranoid enunciations of MC Wright from Dead Grips. For a more black metal and more sonic-oriented manifestation of the detached black hallucination, we should probably listen to the bands like Icelandic Wormlust, for example. However, kenosis is a form of self-emptying, traditionally in the form of religious and mystical practices. But in itself, kenosis is an expression of a general tendency toward immanence. Now I will quote Alex Jubilee from his book The Self-Emptying Subject, Kenosis and Immanence from Medieval to Modern. The theological drive of speculating on the divine becomes the mechanism for exiting the anthropomorphization of thought and escaping the primacy of the matrix of external relations between the finite creature and the transcendent creator. End of quote. For Jubilee, the effectivity enacted by kenosis is no longer a hopeful orientation, this is his quote, is no longer a hopeful orientation toward the future, a suffering for the distant ontological homeland, or a faithful commitment to a militant truth, but rather an impersonal joy. This joy, revealed in the detachment from the imperatives of hope and salvation, is joy without a subject and without a future. End of quote. Even when black metal does not generate suffering from some distant homeland, as it of course often does, as we know, and even in the radical immanence of its vision in black, what I was trying to show with Larvel, a vision in black universe, vision in black universe without a subject, world and a future, there is of course no joy. Black metal already complicated the Nietzschean idea that impersonal life is a promise of joy. The promise of joy is at the core of subjection in general, be it here or there, in immanence or in transcendence. And properly speaking, black metal promises nothing. It delivers nothing. I mean, in the strict sense, it brings us nothing. Somewhat similar in the interpretations of black metal, music and culture, there is often a practice to install the kenosis of black metal on the continuity of various mystical practices and theological discussions, on the continuity of general tendency toward immanence, implying that this tendency is in itself somehow transcendental. I think we can question that, and we can question this deep historical tendency toward immanence. For there is a difference between mystical practices, for example, in the Middle Ages and in the capitalism and the modern world. So now we can return to the aforementioned succession of the world, earth, and the universe, and question the mentioned tendency according to the following rather vague speculation. The world is a form of drama, the earth a form of tragedy, and the universe a form of performativity. The world is a place of human drama. You know, all this human drama through the history, where the negation is always recuperated. The earth, on the other side, is a form of tragedy, where negation is affirmed as a force outside the human world. And in the last instance, universe is a form of performativity, where negation is abolished and dispersed in the form of the outside, or in the complete contingency. In other words, in this universe, the interiority of things is an endless expression of the boundless exteriority, a fault, as Deleuze would have it. In this way, performativity is the credo of the 20th century, and it is of no surprise that performance art was born in the middle of the century. So we began to understand the world and the earth in the form of the universe, and everything becomes a countless expression of matter of immanence. We can then say the following. God is dead, and deep historical tendency toward immanence is the reign of his decay. Feedback, endless loop, is an endless loop of profanation. We enter the age of a profanation without an object, a profanation that is empty and turned inward upon itself, whose instruments are brought to bear on nothing but each other, as Foucault is saying in his preface to Transgression, his preface to Bataille. On the other hand, for Agamben, a profanation is a mechanism of the commons. The sacred is the realm of the excluded, of the discontinuous, while profane is the realm of the included, the continuous. So exactly the opposite, as for example in Bataille. But this is not important now. So to profane something means to take something from the secluded realm and to put it into the realm of the common. It means to reappropriate something, to put in a different use. If you are familiar with this Agamben's text called In Praise of Profanation, you know that Foucault's profanation without an object, so this profanation that is just an endless loop, is for Agamben profanation without a reminder, a purely capitalistic operation. And of course, Agamben's point is made on behalf of Benjamin's idea of capitalism as a religion, as a cult. Meaning capitalism is a form of religion, not in the sense of reproduction or reconfiguration of Christian or Protestant ideas and practices, but as a historically autonomous form of religion. Speaking of Benjamin, there is a link between capitalistic own form of spirituality and technical mediation from his most famous text, Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. But we have no time here to dwell on that. I will now quote a passage from Agamben's aforementioned text to summarize his point. Where sacrifice once marked the passage from the profane to the sacred and from the sacred to the profane, there is now a single, multiform, ceaseless process of separation that assails everything, every place, every human activity in order to divide it from itself. This process is entirely indifferent to the caesura between sacred and profane, between divine and human. In its extreme form, the capitalist religion realizes the pure form of separation to the point that there is nothing left to separate. An absolute profanation without reminder now coincides with an equally vacuous and total consecration. In the commodity, separation inheres in the very form of the object, which splits into use value and exchange value and is transformed into an ungraspable fetish. The same is true for everything that is done, produced, or experienced, even the human body, even sexuality, even language. End of quote, end of Agamben. It is not my task here to argue or to prolong Agamben's understanding of profanation and capitalism, the task that I think is necessary, but to contextualize black metal in relation to the profanation and profanation to the relation to the immanence, and immanence in relation to the vision in black as a purely autonomous vision. Saying this, black metal's power, so the power of obscurity, of controversy, and so on, perhaps it's anti-capitalistic or rather non-capitalistic or non-modern stance is not only in its antisocial, or it's not in its antisocial and anti-modern content or ideology or form, but in aforementioned kenosis, in vision in black, operating in the techno-mediated capitalistic world of a profanation without an object. In this sense, I think that black metal, regarding the tendency toward immanence, is not some new profane form of mystical self-emptying of the world in the continuity of mystical and religious tradition, not even in the sense of perversion of this tradition. In other words, if this tradition was a practice of sacralization without an object in the world, where the division between sacred and profane was still functioning, black metal is a practice of sacralization without an object in the world where sacred has been incorporated into the profane itself. So, black metal's vision in black is a form of total exclusion, a form of separation, working only on itself. Black metal does not separate something, but actually is the separation of separation. And I will finish here.
We'll take questions or comments now, because as I said, the second, we don't have the second one and the third one, so questions and comments. everybody. So, thank you, Bobnic. We will now, as I said, leave the PowerPoint, and we will continue with the third and the last panel after the break, so in 20 minutes or so. Thank you.
of you fucking
I just don't think the internet's good enough for it. It's fine. It's fine if not.
I mean, we can check just to make
Yeah, one more go. Just in case.
Yeah, you can move the slider just to make.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, you can't.
It's not the end of the world. Don't worry about it.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, I could try like bringing up YouTube for it, but it's fine. Just
Okay,
nah,
okay.
nah, that's cool.
Okay, so the last panel, the hardest one. First, Lexi Turner with a paper, despite being chained to the festering corpse, putrefaction and preservation in black metal xenochronic temporality. Then Mark Horvat and Adam Lovash. Uninhabiting the gapping black night, gravitational distortion and the truth of extinction. And the last one, Matija Potočnik-Pribušić, the dark, sublime, and the end of all things. Lexi.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay? Cool. My allergies just picked up today, so this might be kind of like Zizek. I'm going to be a lot of sniffing, grabbing and stuff, so you know, I'm playing the part. Despite being chained to the festering corpse, so this is basically just kind of all around one paper from the magazine that I think Simon mentioned yesterday, Lucifer, although the paper itself wasn't really about black metal, so trying to like add to it here. Throughout his essay, The Corpse Bride, Thinking with Negredo, Reza Negrestani posits as the foundation for the Western philosophical tradition of reason the titular Etruscan method of torturous execution. Quote, a living man or woman was tied to a rotting corpse, face to face, mouth to mouth, limb to limb, with an obsessive exactitude in which each part of the body corresponded with its matching, putrefying counterpart. Shackled to their rotting double, the man or woman was left to decay. Only once the superficial difference between the corpse and the living body started to rot away through the agency of worms, which bridged the two bodies, establishing a differential continuity between them, did the Etruscans stop feeding the living. Once both the living and the dead had turned black through putrefaction, the Etruscans deemed it appropriate to unshackle the bodies by now combined together, albeit on an infinitesimal vermicular level. End quote. The superficial blackening of necrosis is what is known in alchemical and also Jungian psychological terms as negredo. For the Etruscan executioners, it is the discursive medium through which the interior and exterior communicate. The surface indicating the foundation, now rendered undifferentiated through this process of mutual decomposition. Quote, explicit or ontologically registered decay was merely a superficial symptom of an already founded decay as a pre-established universal chemistry, end quote. upon whose ultimate revelation depends the unshackling. Though the original text is presumed lost, Negrestani and Jacques Rundschwig before him assert that Aristotle proposed the corpse bride as a fitting analogy for the soul's relation to the self, with the soul acting as the living and the body acting as the dead. The soul's need for the body to perform actions in and on the world that would create or promulgate reason, and the body's need for the soul to give reason to its actions reveal a symbiotic, cyclical implication that is at once equally perfectly reflected and very much troubled by the concept of putrefying, anti-differentiating negredo. The problematic illusion of this necrophilic intimacy is, not only for Aristotle, but the apophatic theologians of the Middle Ages, such as Plotinus, resolved aptly enough with further paradox, aphoresis or subtraction. The soul, debased by its necessary relation to the impure body, to approach being qua being, must remain in itself, while simultaneously remaining less. In so doing, the foundational, fundamental ideal, the divine, or the one, is revealed. Quote, both formulations of aphoresis are grounded on one precondition, which can be summarized in terms of conservation after subtraction. Despite being chained to the festering corpse or being subtracted, the soul is able to conserve some of itself and render the body intelligible. In the same vein, no matter what is taken away from the divine, it will continue to remain as the one already there. End quote. Negrestani, in noting the face-to-face bondage between the living or soul and the dead or body, acknowledges the Greco-Roman mirror motif and the horror of identification under such circumstances. But surely we must also consider the arrangement a conscious inversion of the Greco-Roman motifs relating to bicephalous bodies fused back to back, such as the creatures of Aristophanes' myth of creation and origin of love, or the Roman god Janus. By rotating the two outward-looking faces that were viewing the past and the future inward, the unilaterality of vitalism and linearity of time is undone. A feedback loop generates in which distortion is the aphoretic mode of putrefaction and volume is the usurping avatar for intelligibility. But what does this, other than having a similar emphasis on the macabre, actually have to do with black metal? Many essays in black metal theory, including several that we've had over the past 2 days, have launched investigations into the black of black metal, beyond simply being a referent to Venom's song and album of the same name, which itself is most likely a pun on black magic. When discussing metal fusion genres, one typically either results in a mundane product of hyphenation, for example, death doom or industrial thrash or whatever, or dialectically synthetical creation, in which a new word comes out of it, such as the combination of doom and hardcore to create sludge. However, when black metal is one of the ingredients, typically we get instead blackened death metal, blackened doom. Not just a musical approach, not even just an aesthetic, black metal is a blackening metal, a process, an infection, a degradation. In this essay, I suggest the black of black metal is the blackening of negredo, and quite specifically the negredo attained in the context of the corpse bride. This blackening is the process by which the trueness of true Norwegian black metal, or more recently, and slightly more sort of parodically true cult, status may be achieved. Rather than this being necessarily a process of attaining a simple clarity, a disavowal of noise and chatter that would distract from a classical true Norwegian message, aphoretic distortion and para-intelligible volume, to which we've just alluded, is in fact the desired goal. Clearly, black metal's understanding of and relationship with the notions of time and history is a strikingly nuanced and esoteric one. Rarely does a genre or subgenre seem quite so reverent to its forebears, but black metal is so much so that the universally undisputed founders of the movement, Mayhem, Burzum, Darkthrone, Emperor, etc., are nevertheless known as the second wave, whilst older death, speed, and thrash bands like Venom, Bathory, Hellhammer, and Celtic Frost were afforded the first wave honorific posthumously. Indeed, one notable aspect of black metal's relationship with its own past is the speed with which it establishes itself as having a past at all. For some reason that didn't come up, so one sec. Just take that for a sec. Less than 1 year after the release of Mayhem's Live in Leipzig, featuring an already deceased vocalist dead on the front, brandishing a candelabrum and a chiaroscuro backdrop, Darkthrone released Transylvanian Hunger, with Fenris replicating the image screaming and in a considerably harsher contrast as though in tribute. One may consider a parallel in these two respective images with, I'll get back to it now, Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X and Francis Bacon's study after Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X. Accordingly, there are two aspects to this replication worthy of comment. First, the idea that a time frame of less than a year is anywhere near long enough to justify a tribute that wouldn't be written off as shamelessly derivative, which Transylvanian's Hunger's cover never has been. In fact, it's one of the most iconic images of black metal to this day. In fact, I'm wearing it. We may contrast this with the 40-plus years between Black Sabbath's Master of Reality and Electric Wizard's Legalized Drugs and Murder. The other is the aforementioned distortion of the temporal feedback. Even the originators of black metal can themselves be blackened. In relation to itself, black metal's corpse bride existence renders it an inverted palimpsest, whereupon the erasure, decay, distortion, or blackening of one text reveals another. There is, not for nothing, a reflection of various postmodern counter-historical techniques at play here. To name but three, Foucault's genealogy, Deleuze's difference in repetition, and Derrida's hauntology. With regard to the latter, we return to Mayhem and the figure of Dead, so emblematic of the trueness of true Norwegian black metal's status's dependence on destructive, crucially self-destructive behavior. Indeed, as Evan Calder Williams begins discussing Mayhem's first demo, Pure Fucking Armageddon, in the first Black Metal Theory Symposium, Hideous Gnosis, he invokes the Shakespearean phrase that catalyzes Derrida's Spectres of Marx, quote, "Of course, black metal never really begins. It's always been out of time, eternally out of joint with the world it hates, even as it cannot leave that world behind." End quote. Similarly, may we consider Dead as embodiment of this assertion. Never afforded an official studio release, Dead became the mascot of Mayhem, the band so extreme the singer committed suicide, long after his reign as the band singer definitively ended by his suicide. His influence on the image of the band, however, may be understood to remain entirely consistent with that when he was alive, performing multiple rituals, use of corpse paint, burying and re-earthing of clothing, insufflation of carrion, to render him a walking corpse, reflective of his name, that he has widely been speculated to have suffered from Cotard delusion. Accordingly, there is established within black metal a dynamic of verticality to its temporal state, a xenochronic positioning where nothing quite has an origin, and even the dead cannot quite leave the world behind. On this last point, Negrestani speaks of the often neglected aspect of the corpse bride's mirroring status. Quote, "It is indeed ghastly for the living to see itself as dead, but it is true horror for the dead to be forced to look at the supposedly living, and to see itself as the dead animated by the spurious living. Neither Aristotle nor Augustine tell us about this infliction upon the dead of the burden of the living, this molesting of the dead with the animism of the living." End quote. Cotard delusion, the mental fixation on being already dead, or that one's internal organs are dissolving, typically results in several other psychological anomalies. One, that the patient's belief she will, in essence, live, or at least continue forever, and also a common prevalence of facial misrecognition to a point of belief in all others as imposters, often resulting in a dual diagnosis with Capgras syndrome. We must consider Negrestani's speculations on the horror felt supposedly by the dead themselves as they gaze into a face of the living, a reflective image they simultaneously do and do not recognize. The living dead aesthetic of black metal may also be understood as symbolic in itself of the xenochronic relation it holds to a predominantly fictional timeline in which Scandinavian folkloric mythology and theistic Satanism were supposedly unified as one consistent ideology. Of course, more than simply a genre of music, the second wave inner circle manifested this xenochronic relation through hyperstitional praxis, that is to say, materialization of thought or belief. Specifically, this praxis was the burning of Norwegian stave churches as retaliation for their alleged usurping of the true Scandinavian ethno-spiritual way of life. Of hyperstition, Nick Land demarcates four characteristics. Quote, "They function as 1, an element of effective culture that makes itself real; 2 as a fictional quality functional as a time-traveling device, 3 as coincidence intensifiers, and 4 as a call to the old ones. The first 3 characteristics describe how hyperstitions like the ideology of progress or the religious conception of apocalypse enact their subversive influences in the cultural arena, becoming transmuted into perceived truths that influence the outcome of history. Finally, as Land indicates, a hyperstition signals the return of the irrational or the monstrous other into the cultural arena. End quote. Certainly, by these characteristics may we understand black metal as an ultimate hyperstitional medium, content, form, and exogenous context materializing points in a semi-fictional temporality whose recurrence is manifested through a process of continuous putrefaction. As one example, let us look at Battery Erzbet by Sun, guest singer Malefic or Scott Connor of Zaster and Twilight, an apparently severe claustrophobe. Okay, I'm just going to try and play this, it probably won't work. Never mind, go check it out, it's a great song. Apparently severe claustrophobe was locked inside a casket, loaded into a hearse, and from there recorded his vocals, beginning, "Here, decompose forever, aware and unholy, encased in marble and honey from the swarm, a thin coat of infernal whispering that bleaches from within, a darkness that defiles thought." With regard to Battery Erzbet's sound, Stephen Graham speaks of its disarmingly quantum state. It's chromatic and pitch-centered, riff-based and ambiguously discursive. The music's complication of conventional codes of musical organization means that it impacts in the register of confusing and unstable jouissance as opposed to that of clear discernment. Malefic's vocal performance also operates in kind. Employing a traditional black metal retched vocals technique, Malefic would, by most accounts, sound scary. However, what renders the sound of Battery Erzbet so unique is the extent to which Malefic in reality sounds petrified in his delivery. Graham's description of the ways in which the instrumentation wobbles and flickers are wholly matched by Malefic's involuntary wavering, whilst the punctuation of gasps between roars speak entirely to the sense of flickering. The listener's mental image of Malefic is disturbed by the flickering, irrepressible intrusions of Scott Connor's chronic fear of enclosed spaces. As with many extreme metal, and particularly black metal song structures, there is no verse-chorus division in the lyrics, and the unclarity of the vocals strips away any need for rhyme or avoidance of enjambment. Thus, Malefic's delivery is an effectively unbroken account of the corporeal putrefaction and spiritual desolation of titular Hungarian countess and mass murderer Elizabeth Bathory. Within such lines as "stolen by the wingless harpies, whose memories lay waste the valley of diamonds, a thick viscous cloud smothering hope, the begotten mistress of eternal hunger, worship in the torment of a million wasted lives, bathe in the horror that the blood of time carries." In conjunction with the aforementioned opening, Battery Erzbet is a poignant reflection on Bathory's legendary vampiric status as one who retained her beauty by bathing in the blood of young maidens, ultimately succumbing to a most brutal realization of the way of all flesh. Thus, at the heart of this song is an unmistakable tension between preservation and entropy, made manifest as imagery of claustrophobia and isolation, as reflective of Bathory's death in solitary confinement, represented here as immurement or premature burial. One may naturally assume that, of all lyrics a claustrophobe might wish to find himself singing from the confines of a casket, these are absolutely not they. Thus, just as in this instance, both bass guitars of Greg Anderson and Stephen O'Malley are drenched in feedback distortion, so too in another sense are Malefic's vocals, every element of his performance having an amplifying and indeed distorting effect on every other. Within the context of musical production and performance, Battery Erzbet perhaps stands alone as a most effective sadomasochistic genealogical exercise, whose hellish iconography of eternal entropy acts as a acute representation of the perpetual disintegration to which the body is subjected by history, as described by Foucault. Nietzsche considered the suffering experienced through dramatic performance as first and foremost an experience of compassion that would imply sympathy. However, there most certainly is a physical, sensorial component to this performance, which acts as the repetitious festivals of Deleuze's description. Quote, "repeating and unrepeatable, they do not add a second and third time to the first, but carry the first time to the nth power. With respect to this power, repetition interiorizes and thereby reverses itself." We, the listener, and son, the performance, not least of all Malefic, are united and unified by the shared experience of the repetition of Bathory's death, even or especially considering the fictional quality of this account, of it for Land is the xenochronic catalyst. Immobile, sharing his casket with the hypostitional spectre of Elizabeth Bathory, Malefic creates and experiences the black metal corpse bride firsthand. And this is what we hear. For all of black metal's ostensible anxieties surrounding the question of authenticity, it is perhaps one of the most successful metal movements when it comes to evolution and hybridization. The circumstances of black metal authorship and production bear such relevance as to create new subgenres almost solely on the basis of lyrical content, i.e. the somewhat tautological, depressive, suicidal black metal, or it can bear essentially zero sonic qualities with the canon characteristics, such as the prison-era Broadsome releases or the work of acousmatic collective Tele-Estherion, and still be included within the oeuvre. My use of the term xenochrony throughout the paper has been partially dependent on a definition of my own invention, that relating to an alien time, a historical present that implies a forward-looking ideology, albeit rooted in a prohibitively self-destructive praxis. Meanwhile, the original use of the term relates specifically to the extraction or transposition of one or more musical parts and introducing them to another movement, studio-based dialectics. This can nevertheless be directly related to Tele-Estherion's production, based upon Pythagorean acousmatikoi, in which all musicians record their parts in isolation, only ever hearing the bass as a prompt. It is here where we may sense the connection to black metal, perhaps the only non-electronic genre, allowing for noise as being a sort of anti-music, to be so associated with entirely studio-based projects of one or two-man bands, including Broadsome, Zaster, Gnaw Their Tongues, and Silencer, a collective of isolationists extracting various ideologies, religious persuasions, and musical practices, and introducing them to a profound and unending process of negation. As Brian Massimi asserts, a paradox is not contradiction, it abolishes contradiction. The journey to a position of truth is a journey dependent on a fiction, and must destroy the traveller forever. The reverberating distortion of paradox vibrates in the tremolo picks of the Phrygian and Locrian scales, binding the future and past into a congealed black mass. Putrefied, petrified, amorphous in rupture, black metal is rendered an intelligible body, but only in a language of an alien time. Thank you.
Yes, well, after the presentations. Yeah, just for like 2 minutes. Okay. Hi. Thanks for having us. Our presentation called "Uninhabiting the Gaping Black Night: Gravitational Distortion and the Truth of Extinction." French philosopher François Laruelle, in his poems "Letter from the One to the Most Distant" and "On the Black Universe," characterizes the post-religious condition of cosmically oriented humans, himself included, as uninhabitants of the sky and of the earth. This sense of uninhabitation, of a mystical rootedness within the benighted uprootedness of being, is dramatically conveyed by the lyrics of Canadian band Gravitational Distortion. In the first half of our presentation, we would like to theorize the cold blackness of space. Darkness is invisible and indivisible, a depth that reflects the uncertainty of our own being, the impossibility of reflection. Darkness sentences the human element to an abyssal silence. However, this ineffability nevertheless makes us speak a mute language. Dark discourse is inherently problematic, a speculative confrontation with the groundless ground of things. Objects are characterized by internality that always remains hidden from view. Each and every actant has a dark side, a hidden aspect, a misanthropic excess. The problem after the extraction of sapient subjectivity would no longer be the inherently problematic fact of human presence, but the issue of spatial non-reality as such. But in the absence of reality, can one even speak of a problematic of spatiality? The only possibility that remains in the absence of both substance and its aggregates is what François Laruelle calls the lointain, the distant, and an unnameable, ineffable distance without measure. One can measure the energy that leaves a black hole. One can attempt to quantify the amount of radiation leaking out of the singularity. What one cannot measure is the absence of measures. The lointain designates all expressions and no expression, for it is infinitely separated from presence. It is not for nothing that Nietzsche has Zarathustra say immediately after addressing the issue of suffering that all joy wants eternity. Joy seeks after that which returns eternally, but along with joy there comes of necessity suffering. Soon after addressing the seekers, Zarathustra is overcome with a sense of enjoyment, gifted by a cloud of love that pours over him. This moment is the darkening of light, the moment of non-expression. Nietzsche chooses to express this darkness as a cloud, but what is Zarathustra's sky composed of? We must understand that the sky above Zarathustra's head and he himself are one and the same entity. Indeed, Nietzsche likens his hero to a morning sun that emerges from dark mountains. The lointain is distant, sufficient to itself, exclusion of the purest kind. The non-reality of space is equal to forgetting the world, which opens up a disoriented, wayward, and veilless, cast adrift in quotidian moments of annulment. Lointain as a concept is pre-philosophical, a distance without boundaries, liquefied, foreclosed to narration. Cosmic exclusion is divine obscurity, according to Pseudo-Dionysus, the possibility of transcending knowledge and language, a silence that is more ineffable than even ineffability itself. Mystical contemplation is directed towards the interiority of lointain, the abandonment of all sensual reality. Non-knowledge and the non-reality, once expressed, betray their meanings and commit grammatical suicide. No sentence that contains the plenitude of lointain is meaningful. Unknowledge is a complete lack of access, the absence of self-transparency. The Cloud of Unknowing, a 14th century mythical text, gives a dark and traditional rendition of this condition of infinite darkness. It is difficult not to see the parallels between Zarathustra's overwhelming, ecstatic meeting with the cloud and the Cloud of Unknowing described in the medieval text. Through his unknowing, Zarathustra arrives at a monumental, self-devastating love, a love that accepts the suffering of all things. It is significant that the encounter with the cloud of love composes the closing section of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, as if Nietzsche were attempting to communicate with his readers the limits of language, while nevertheless pointing toward the impossibility of being. Eugene Thacker emphasizes that the Cloud of Unknowing follows a dualistic narrative structure, differentiating between the cloud of forgetting and the cloud of unknowing. Through this gesture, the anonymous author constructs two forms of negation, reaching a dualistically non-dualistic darkening of discourse. Non-expression and unpossessibility are not the only forms of disaggregation, but also the only possibilities on the road to unknowledge. The ontological circumstance of universal seclusion may be compared to Levier Bryant's concept of dark object. Bryant, a disciple of Bruno Latour, seeks to create a renewed understanding of objects by creating a new system of categorization. He writes of bright, satellite, dim, and dark objects. In Bryant's view, dark objects, similarly to the Laruellian Lointain, cannot even be inferred. We cannot speak of them, not even in a negative sense. They are simply unnameable to abstraction, so inscrutable is their thick blackness. Dark objects are precluded from presence. These existences are unimaginable, and through their unimaginability reject the labels and concepts of any system of relations. No coordinates contain them. The Lointain closes in upon itself complete, without any leakages. Darkened things fail to manifest in a world at any level. Unlocalizable, they can be neither registered nor realized. Russell Young-Tugan's speculative poems, drawing upon romantic and gothic horror themes, seeks to describe the world as it is, announcing universal emptiness with broken, shadowy words. Through this non-representational form of ecological writing, exclusion and exile are, to an extent, integrated into aesthetics, modulating the totality of darkness. According to Russell Young-Tugan, the world is far away and indifferent, colorless and flat, gray and shadowy. While in Lauriel's poem we read of the black universe, in Tugan we find a representation of the world that is filled with dancing shadows. Colors return in Tugan's mortuary renditions as opposed to the complete darkness of a blackened universe. Both approaches are ways toward darkness, and both speak of incommunicability. Laruelle rejects even the possibility of our ever arriving at knowledge or cognition of the universe's blackness. For the Lointain is distance itself. It is the polar opposite of proximity. Cognition is grasped by an impossible depth. Darkness is the vision of the void, an overcoding flood of detemporalization. Experiencing the cloud, one is grappled by the ecstasy of darkness. In another section, the author of the cloud relates that our little love, concentrated on this cloud of unknowing, holds within itself all the virtues of a man's soul. Our virtues themselves are literally beclouded, externalized by the presence of this ineffable plenitude. Darkness is light prior to visibility, indeed, light prior to itself, a substance that is completely empty, without content, without even withoutness. In the absence of reference, there can be no absence, at least not in the merely negative sense of the word. Presence never did appear, it never manifested itself in our world. There is no ground aside from the absence of absence, an ecstatic spatio-temporalization that is always already detemporalized. Drowning in obscure materiality, we got a sense of depth in Laruelle's description. Quote, man approaches the world only by way of transcendental darkness into which he never entered and from he will never leave. End of quote. Transcendental darkness is the primary characteristic of foreclosure, constituting the essence of Lointain. Darkness in Laruelle's view is not an object within the world, but an aspect of intersubjective vision, an effluence we see flowing from within the other's pores and openings. Lack of access is no privilege of dark objects. Bright objects too are but inaccessible. It is not their presence as such that epistemologically cannot account for, but the overwhelming fact of their existence. The darkness and the muteness of the black universe is the dialectical counterpart of brightness. Light is overwhelming because it is rare to the point of impossibility. Nothing responds to our supplication aside from dimness. The mystery of blackness resides in the homelessness it generates within the agents affected by its irradiation. It is simultaneously negative and positive, or rather a placelessness that transcends such dualities. From a merely ontological point of view, one could say that it exists, but such a categorization fails to do justice to a Lointain whose existence is always tenuous, the stuff of shadows, night, and tenebrous clouds. Lointain is extreme, yet also the source of each and every median. We see the darkness and the darkness sees us. This meeting is a mythical experience, the experience of the limit. Beyond this, there can be no more knowledge production, no more manufacture of facts. This condition is at once disconcerting and soothing. One cannot advance any further, for black has no opposite. Even the great affirmers such as Nietzsche could not confront that which fails in the face of the rigor of its secret. In the night there can be no more talk of orientation or reorientation. Human eyes cannot accustom themselves to the complete absence of light. Yet in this night, shadows are sucked up thirstily by the walls. They became lost, abandoned in the depth of the black universe. The night is unrepresentable, and this unrepresentability is the reason for the assertion. According to Robert Harbison, the night is an opacity whose meaning we cannot fathom. Quentin Meilasu holds that the exclusivity of chaos is the absolute itself, the basis of all forms of knowledge. Without chaos, there can be no discovery, uncovering of order. The absolute is nothing more than the extreme chaos, hyper-chaos, in which nothing is impossible, even the unthinkable becomes manifest. Chaos is unthematizable, unopened, similarly to the inorganism of death. Death, for Maurice Blanchot, is a process that transcends perception and reflection, for it is impossible condemnation. Fluctuating chaos, the infinity of death, is its own repetition.
In the second half of our presentation, we're going to talk about the lyrics of Gravitational Distortion and how it relates to philosophy. Specifically the philosophy of Ray Brassier. First of all, however, we have to define what the gaping black maw means. This is how gravitational distortion depicts the universe as such. But first, however, we have to see how death relates to philosophy. So Martin Heidegger in Being and Time makes the claim that Dasein, subjectivity basically, so Dasein reaches its wholeness in death. So death, the chance of becoming completely nothing, is actually the stage when being reaches its own destiny, basically. So that's the time when being becomes whole. This is the kind of the paradox. We have to completely abandon ourselves in order to become completed. So this would be the kind of completion of becoming. However, the problem with one of the problems with Heidegger's position is that he basically is always talking about the death of a human subject. And what about the kind of, the question here is, what about all the other kinds of destruction and annihilation? And we have to see that blackness, the concept of the black, lifeless, dead universe, is something which makes destruction more universal. It's not only about humans or the extinction of human beings as such. We have to think in bigger dimensions, in more universal terms. And the kind of strange cosmic vision of gravitational distortions music, it sort of gives us a chance to envision what this kind of extinction would actually look like. So being is always a being towards the end, according to Heidegger. Now, we have to see, so according to Ray Brassier, all of philosophy until basically all of Western philosophy has been preoccupied with the subject and the object distinction. And we have to go beyond this kind of category, especially the kind of privileging of subjective experience which we have had so far in philosophy. When viewed from the end, when we think about the world as something which will inevitably end, Ray Brassier says that all of life becomes meaningless. He quote, "Neither knowing nor feeling, neither living nor dying amounts to a difference that makes a difference," end quote. Because inevitably everything will become extinct. For the nihilist, therefore, everything is meaningless. However, the problem is that this could also be interpreted as saying that the nihilist is also pointless, that there's no point even in talking about the world not having a point or being meaningless. It's a kind of self-refuting position. Now, Brassier's solution to this is that basically we have to see that if change is the only thing which is universal, everything is always changing, that change also has to, at some point, turn into its opposite. It has to become the absence of change. Nothing can last forever if everything is changing. Therefore, change itself also cannot be eternal. We have to reach, there will be a stage in the world's history, in the history of the universe, when there will be no more change. not even no more life. Extinction is something more than just the death of all life. It's the absence of all change. It's a complete absence of any further change. Now the issue here is that how can thinking become adequate to the task of thinking about annihilation? Now, what does the truth of annihilation say to us? If we accept that everything will keep on changing, that's not enough. We have to accept also that impermanence also extends to change itself. And this is the kind of the horror of a meaningless, unchanging universe. If there's no more change, if everything has already happened in a way, as Brassius suggests, if extinction is inevitable, it means we can also say it's sort of already happened in a way. Everything is already dead, because we know that it will be dead soon, so it's the same as saying it is already extinct. Now, in the album The Void Between Worlds, we have a kind of a sci-fi story of cyborg humans escaping from the decayed, destroyed Earth. Not something which isn't that impossible. They want to survive. They want to make a new civilization somewhere else. They want to exit from the problems of Earth. But exit is impossible. There is no escape, basically, because the minds of these homeless cyborg spaceship inhabiting people, they are darkened by the universe, darkened by centuries of interstellar travel. And the immensity of the black universe that crushes their souls. For example, in Crushing Interstellar Solitude, we have a narrator who's a cyborg who's supposed to be looking after the hibernating humans. But this thing, or he or she or whatever, he views their fellow human beings as inanimate, useless things, endless rows of inert stuff, end quote. So humanity becomes irrelevant to those who sort of accept the world's cold, uncaring immensity, and who come to mirror this, so they start to think like the universe itself. They become uncaring. They don't have a spiritual connection to other people. They become misanthropic. They start to hate humanity, even though they themselves are sort of humans. So this cyborg decides, this is what he does, or he or she, I kill the power to stasis pods with cold certainty, increasing the stockpile of available energy. We convey their melting carcasses to the cargo bay, end quote. So this is a kind of uncomfortably offensive sliding away from human morality into something which really is a universal misanthropism. This is a kind of a radical scarcity, but also a kind of disconnection from anthropomorphic thinking. And one of the key points of, to return to Brassius' philosophy, is that the human-centered kind of thinking, it's not adequate to existence. So existence, the truth of the universe, it is something which is very different from human thinking. He calls the human, basically the manifest image, he calls this any ideology which places a human meaning into the universe. It projects a kind of human goals, human thoughts into the universe, but it's not there, basically. There's no meaning to be found in the universe. So sooner or later, becoming, so change, must become its opposite. It must become unchanging, the absence of any change. This is the kind of paradox. If everything will end, then this implies that everything is meaningless. Brassius says, quote, to acknowledge the meaninglessness of suffering is already to challenge the authority of the manifest image, since it is precisely its senselessness that renders woe resistant to redemptive valuation, end quote. So what he's talking about here is that if there is no goal, no meaning in the universe, then suffering also has no meaning, and therefore there is no redemption, there is no salvation to be found in the world. However, this is also, in a way, a kind of self-contradiction, because this also redeems us from redemption. So it means that we don't have to save ourselves. It saves us from having to save ourselves. To return to the lyrics, I would like to emphasize the kind of this black, dark vision of the universe which we get from gravitational distortion. We have an image in exospheric decomposition about an astronaut who's orbiting in space, a dead astronaut. Okay, inner microorganisms completely erased, decomposition at a snail's pace. Collisions with debris are the only way to provide a change to the body's state. End quote. So this is the kind of the slowing down of rotting, but it's still a kind of a rotting away, but it's also a morbid preservation of the dead body, because a dead body on Earth, it rots away relatively fast, but in space it takes way longer. Basically we would argue that the stasis, or the end, the kind of absence of change, is the ultimate truth of being. But this is a truth which it cannot be interpreted in any positive sense. I would like to quote here a Sufi mystic and a heretic who was beheaded in Baghdad in the 9th century, Mansur al-Hallaj. This is what he says about God. The first seeker opens the door of knowledge and does not see. The second opens the door of purity and does not see. The third opens the door of comprehension and does not see. The fourth opens the door of meaning and does not see. None say Allah in his essence, nor in his volition, nor in speech, nor in his he-ness. So what Hallaj suggests in this quote is that God is neither essence, neither masculine, nor active, nor meaningful in any way. So God is not none of these things. No positive notions can be attached to God. In a similar way, we suggest that the kind of static, extinct universe which we're talking about, it sort of also has the same structure as a kind of negative dead God in a way. Brassier said that nothing can arrest the entropic tidal wave of extinction, end quote. So that nothing, basically this black universe in which we're living in, it kind of reduces any possibility of any further change. So we have to accept the unchanging. For example, in the lyrics of The Void Between Worlds, this is the song, there is no way to escape, end quote. So basically, Brassier asks, why keep playing for time? So basically the question here is, why keep postponing the inevitable? And there is no easy answer to this question. So being is the asubjective, non-subjective thing which remains and which fails to change. Nothing remains apart from a blackened, empty universe, void of meaning and content. This is a strange incarnation, entirely without essence. It's a dark matter that remains. I would quote here the song Imploding Planetary Masses. The beast consumes within our thermal heat. Lithospheric penetration, we are deceased. Dark matter residue. So we are already dead, and this is basically this is a profoundly ethical, in an ethical sense as well. We have to kind of accept, there's a kind of a universal acceptance of this circumstance. We can sort of arrive at a kind of spiritual condition of already being dead. Black is what remains in the end. A blackened, self-emptied disincarnation. So could the black universe, this is a kind of a final question in a way, could the black universe simply be time that has finally, at long last, achieved its wholeness? And to quote this last song, annihilation of dimensions forever. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll play just randomly something from Hungary. What? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Death metal, come on. Black metal is, to use Kant, frighteningly sublime, partly because it's obscure, for the imagination works harder in darkness than it does in bright light. To analyze it in terms of a continuation of themes that have begun in the Romantic era is to see it as an extreme of the cultural turn that had begun then, and in relation to the concept most essential to it, the sublime. This connection to the notion of sublime is not only an effect of the object's obscurity, it is essential to black metal itself. It is willed, although mostly unreflected, sublime making, and shares its ambiguous relations with death, religion, morality, and metaphysics. The intention of being the most extreme can't be realized by mere shock of the common sense. It has to disturb it. Antecedent extreme music embraced realism and made the aesthetic turn towards a brutal realism and posed the negative in reality as a negation to fantasy of the previous counterculture art forms. We can see black metal as the completion of this series that affirms the fantasy constitutive of our reality in order to negate it. Themes of death, destruction, eternal damnation, despair, hopelessness, the Antichrist, and total annihilation of the world are not new, nor is their use as an attack on the moralizing of Christians original to black metal. Kant has already done so in his short text, The End of All Things, that we take as our starting point. Kant used the themes most commonly found in black metal in the same way to attack Christian moralizing. But unlike black metal, Kant's use of the themes is grounded in theory. He uses the themes most appropriate for the feeling of sublime in order to induce more universal moral feelings lacking in the common sense of his time. Black metal and its practical antagonisms are the exploration of the concept of sublime beyond the limitation of religion and morality that philosophy still retains under the name of reason. To elevate black metal into concepts is therefore to reflect on the concept of sublime free of reason. Sublime has to do with thinking the unthinkable and the unthinkable in thought. For this reason, it is a fundamental concept in philosophy. This outline of a theory of a dark sublime will pursue a concept of sublime beyond the Kantian sublime, grounded on the self-evident, clear and distinct idea of freedom grounding reason, a sublime grounded on the coinciding darkness of ideas and concepts. Kant's attempt to subvert moralism finds its proper grounding in his famous conception of sublime, found in the third and final critique, where he connects his theoretical and practical philosophy into a systematic whole. It is here, as Heidegger notes, that Kant falls under the spell of reason and binds all the other faculties to it. Kant takes the idea of sublime as analyzed by Burke, for whom sublime is a consequence of terror that fills the subject. This terror produces a negative kind of pleasure, different in kind from normal positive ones. The object produces astonishment by fear of pain or death and obscurity. This kind of sublime can be summarized as an effect of a great power that has no dominion over us. Kant criticizes Burke's conception as merely descriptive, but retains his notion as central in the conception of the dynamical sublime. However, the immediate consequences of the experiences are presented as inverse. Burke thinks experiencing the sublime makes us aware of our own insignificance. For Kant, on the other hand, the subject feels power over all nature. Following Kant, the proper explanation for the feeling of sublime must therefore be sought in the mathematical sublime, the immense, the lack of measure felt by our power of imagination when confronted with the magnitude that exceeds our sensibility. To quote the critique of judgment, the feeling of the sublime is, therefore, at once a feeling of displeasure arising from the inadequacy of imagination in the aesthetic estimation of magnitude to attain to its estimation by reason, and a simultaneously awakened pleasure arising from this very judgment of the inadequacy of the greatest faculty of sense being in accord with ideas of reason, so far as the effort to attain to this for us a law is for us a law. It is, in other words, for us a law of reason which goes to make us what we are, that we should esteem as small in comparison with ideas of reason everything which for us is great in nature as an object of sense, and that which makes us alive to the feeling of this supersensible side of our being harmonizes with that law. Now the greatest effort of the imagination in the presentation of the unit for the estimation of magnitude involves in itself a reference to something absolutely great. Consequently, a reference also to the law of reason, that this alone is to be adopted as the supreme measure of what is great. It is the immeasurable in nature that orients the mind towards another type of measure. Sensible negation of sensibility, cruelty, shifts the subject's futile search of a relative measure towards an absolute measure. The lack of imagination is because, for Kant, aesthetics is free of concepts, filled with the ideas of reason that provide it with an absolute measure. And because this is a measure of all things, it is, following Kant from the end of all things, itself a moral end, poised immediately beyond all aesthetic use of ideas. Feeling of this shift is felt as sublime and is an analogy of reason in intuition. However, the moral judgment itself was necessary for it. What for Burke was an extrinsic, practical, intersubjective effect of the sublime experience becomes for Kant constitutive of it. Sublime is then a feeling of this totalizing force. Reason is the name of a totality, much like Feuerbach and Heidegger's conception of death, that makes mystics of everyone by presenting the end of a life and therefore its own totality to the thinker. The question is whether this totality is intrinsic to sensibility or not. That translates into a question whether reason or imagination is transcendental. But for us, a more important question is whether there really is a totality presented or a mere representation of it, which translates into a question of, are there any transcendental faculties? Of course, death is unthinkable in the sense that it's not representable. However, how the unthinkable is thinkable is a fundamental question. The answer to this question means the decision between either a moralistic or a nihilistic worldview. The moralistic worldview is based on the essential unity of the ground of the world and subject. This kind of fundamental idealism is present in all moral worldviews. It doesn't matter whether its content is materialist or idealist, theistic or naturalist. They remain worldviews of the same type because this unity itself is an idea of a moral type. This idea achieves its greatest philosophical illumination in transcendental philosophy, where either subjectivity or intersubjectivity is affirmed as the ground of the world as reason. It is this ground of freedom that is immediately connected to the concept of sublime. To escape this error of moralism conceptually is easy. We substitute reason for its negation and follow the consequences. This means that the determinate reason of the will is extrinsic to the will in experience. And we experience not unfreedom, but unspontaneity as a positive fact. We really can't speak anymore about freedom in the domain of aesthetics in general. When we cease to believe in the ontology of reason, freedom and spontaneity never coincide in practice. Spontaneity as the ability of self-determination, the fact of conscious experiencing our autonomy of determining ourselves, is a fact that is limited to the realm of consciousness, that itself depends on the multitudes of determinations extrinsic to it. Spontaneity becomes porous and impure. Sublime must therefore be considered in terms of powerlessness of the subject in relation above all to itself as empirical spontaneity, making it thematically distinct from the themes of intersubjectivity, morality and politics, and connected rather to the artistic processes of desubjectivation and immersion, explored in extreme music as music, not within its lyrical themes that are, when used well, merely an expression of it, where the high concepts of philosophy, religion and morality become just another instrument. Phenomena are appearances as appearances, the representations of things in our subjective experience. They are the given in the mode of representation. However, they are not given as representation, but merely reflected on as such. Things appear to us not as appearances, but as things, and as things they are foreign to us. In the absence of reason, the soul and its guarantee of a perfect autonomy of the mind, the subject becomes empirical and permeated with particular disharmonies and harmonies alien to itself. Its innermost intuition must therefore be considered not as appearance or conscious ideas that are always clear, if not always distinct, but as the world of ideas beyond sense and beyond clarity, immersed in the darkness of their own existence. Destruction and deconstruction have both led us to a similar project. However, because of their reliance to the Kantian framework, they have remained conceptually bound to the world of sense. It is exactly in the analysis of the relations of sense and nonsense in the lowest types of intuition and aesthetic phenomena that we must find the difference between nature and culture, or the artificialness of the artificial, and other most fundamental philosophical distinctions. Instead of being pure forms of intuition, time and space become general properties of all processes and objects, both in and out of intuition, that require not only the analysis of the relation between the subject and object, but between each type of particular synthesis producing both. With the inclusion of noise, aesthetics at the same time becomes more Kantian and more rationalist, as the objective mechanisms provide grounds for analysis of objective, measurable and calculable relations, and the faculties must be thought of as more abstract and diversified by their respective synthesis. When there is no pure subjectivity, the boundaries between the subject and its other become dynamic, imperfect and fragile. A dark phenomenology becomes necessary as a study of non-appearance in appearance as appearance, as phenomenological negation of phenomena and the negation of phenomena as phenomena. There is no darkness lurking beneath some grand order of representation, rather the darkness permeates it through and through. Not only are ideas not clear and distinct in their content, but also as ideas. The closest to this study of dark ideas is the work of Leibniz and the rationalist of the early Romantic era that provides us with a concept of a non-Freudian unconscious. To quote Leibniz, our confused sensations result from a reality infinite, from a really infinite variety of perceptions. This is somewhat like the confused murmur heard by those who approach the seashore, which comes from the accumulation of innumerable breaking waves. For if out of several perceptions which do not harmonize so as to make one, there is no single one which surpasses the others, and if those perceptions make impressions that are about equally strong and equally capable of holding the attention of the soul, it can perceive them only confusedly. In lacunas of sensibility, the measure of sensibility is broken. The empirical criterion of judgment is felt as inadequate because sensibility relies for its measure on comparing the object to something similar. It fails to produce a criterion. The criterion of sensibility cannot be produced, the non-sensible criterion is therefore needed, and the mind is pleased to discover that it itself can produce a criterion of a different type, an absolute one, but not the absolute one. Reflection discovers that with its use, even a dark idea can be made clear, that even a singular object can be made into a type, and by this feels itself limitless. In the feeling of sublime, reflection, not reason, discovers its own power. However, because the darkness of undifferentiated ideas permeates consciousness in general, any object can become sufficiently dark to serve as the origin of sublime. Immersion requires the dissolution of the mode of reason in the sense that it must disturb the distinct binaries that exclude the dark precursors as the third term. Yet without reason, how can the feeling of sublime experience sensibility as elevated? What can elevate sensibility at all when no such independent and autonomous faculty exists? What facilitates the shift from a relative to an absolute measure? Where, if not in the pure subjectivity, can we find the pure moment needed for our understanding, to use the idea as idea and to feel within its sensibility its effects as the feeling of sublime? Empirical powers of cognition do not suffice. If for the passive receptivity of a dark idea we merely needed perceptions of other objects and apperception, this merely creates another object for attention. But it will remain as dark as before, as no relative or absolute measure can be found for it empirically. There is no empirical criterion to represent the singular thing as a type. If this was the case, types would have to be given, and with them the pure subject instead of a natural one. For a naturalist type of explanation, our ability of absolute measure must be explained. The use of idea as idea of representation as a representation, not merely as a representing, must be explained. How is it that the mechanisms of our representation are not completely opaque to us? When we rid ourselves of a belief in a supernatural reason which ideas could imitate in aesthetics, we must break with the Kantian doctrine that excludes concepts from the domain of aesthetics. The problem of free harmony collapses. There is neither the determinism of law nor the freedom of the subject in conflict. Rather, the determinations of nature are at play with the determinations of concept on the stage of the subject's spontaneity that lets itself be determined by it. Still, aesthetics requires that ideas must be unbound from the determining mode of concepts in order to differ in type from reflection. This does not necessitate the absence of concepts, but rather the inversion of reflection, where the use of concepts remains reflective, providing the distinction required, providing us with the distinction required for a distinct faculty of contemplation. This faculty of contemplation, like reflection, uses the higher ideas produced by concepts, and it's like reflection, a reflective, not determinative use of ideas. It is the same use, but the ideas it uses are those of harmony and disharmony. Considered so broadly, this faculty is not limited to aesthetics in the narrow modern sense of the theory of art, but includes it. Contemplation uses ideas to create a harmony of sense and ideas without a determinative conceptual criterion. Not only is then the sensible lacking a measure or a criterion and gives way to the use of concepts, the concepts themselves provide it not with a concrete measure, but a mere form that in turn requires a criterion of intuition. The absolute measure is therefore given only as negation, made possible by the use of concepts that aligns the lack of intuition towards the concept, and so gives unity of the concept to its sensible context. Because the immediate intuition is lacking this criterion, the sense that was made into a distinct idea through concept must expand. The singular sense is therefore expanded, and its extension now includes more than just the singularity of its origin. The singularity of the idea as felt is extended over the ideas proximate and to ideas compossible with it. It is therefore not a totalizing Heideggerian being towards death, but rather being towards a special, particular and singular totalizing sense that produces higher order emotions, moods that have no place in the natural world and of which sublime is the extreme. This pulsion between two nothingnesses of sensibility and concept is not unlike the Freudian death drive, a harmonious discord of faculties. When the sensible produces a new idea, this newfound unity of sense elevates the sensibility that had produced it on another level of abstraction. The object indifferent to sensibility produces insensibility, an idea indifferent to sensibility, a kind of cruelty. But although the idea shines as the new non-sensible sense, it cannot exist anywhere else but in the contingent sensibility that had produced it. As an ethereal presence, it rises this content towards its pure criterion, and by doing so changes it. No two feelings of sublime have the same origin, because a presence of a monstrous magnitude itself does not suffice for it. Not only must the empirical criterion of quantity be felt as useless, In its place, a new, more abstract criterion must be posed as lacking, and by it, a new sense must be produced. This is most easily achieved by the most dark ideas of our sentience, that make an object out of an idea of sense considered as background and towards which our perception is habitually indifferent. When these dark ideas are enlightened by the reflection of our perception, our sensibility cannot but feel itself inadequate, and another higher power must complete its task. The sublime feeling is not a lack in sensibility that serves as an analogy of the ideas of reason, but the allegory produced insensibility immediately by the force of understanding. Sublime is not the analogy of the feeling of good or beauty, but a potentiated and purified pleasure of knowledge itself. I'm gonna stop here.
Questions, comments? We remain in silence. Okay, that's it. Thank you again. Radio študent, študentsko filozofsko društvo, Kudan arhiv, Moderna galerija, and all the speakers, all the listeners, Max Britzel for designing this paper, Jure and Žiček for techniques, and all the dead people. That's it. Thank you. The concert at Metelkova Menza pri Koritu, two Slovenian black metal bands, Aterera and Ways of Heretic. We start at 9:30, so please come, listen.